racing on the track is the right approach if you have that in your system. Racing on the street will get you nothing but trouble. Top end of the racetrack, safety spotting's a little something and getting it taken care of. A lot of racers in the big events mentioning safety and the crews involved with safety, and their hats off to all those people in safety. So for us here at Mission Raceway Park, a special thank you for all the folks working safety tonight. It's what makes the difference for all these racers, why we encourage all racers to never race on the street. So a pair of all-wheel drive Outlaw cars. Pair of 2018s, an Audi taking on a V-dub. First pair of the season. The VW, Brian posts 11:13 on the reader board, and 11:40 was quicker. So the slower car getting there first based on reaction time. So bit of a whole shot win for Milea. '66 Chevy 2 and a '66 Mustang. And Mr. Gibson ran 131 miles per hour at 9.999. Nice matchup. Dodge taking on Ford next. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle will take you to lane 6. Mustang away first. Oh, I take that back. The Challenger was first on the start line, and at the finish line, 11:79 at 116 miles an hour for the Challenger. Mustang went 11:36, 118 miles per hour. Robert McLean, a 25 Corvette C8 E-Ray. This is the E-Ray. What's the elapsed time for an E-Ray? We're about to find out. Tony Brand over here in the tower lane with the 73 Nova. Nice wheel stand. Tony twice as quick in reaction time. And the E-Ray goes 1067 at 125 miles an hour. Wow. Well, here's what separates us from all the other car shows. Terry Hoeksens in a '66 Chevy Nova. Gorgeous old car. See a lot of them at the car shows, but none of them racing. It's what we like about the car show here at Friday Night Street Legals. We get to see them running. So Terry's a regular for bracket weekends. If you have any questions about bracket racing, he's a good guy to talk to. And he's here all night. 12:05 for the Nova. And 10:97 in the Tower Lane. You bet. So we're going to get a class change coming up. We're going to call domestic to the lanes. Domestic. This is your call to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Here we go. Class change to domestic. Your call to the lanes. Domestic class to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 890. Mr. Blender. 163 miles per hour into Tower Lane. That's moving for an Audi. Jeffrey went 120 miles an hour at an 11:55. Currently running Outlaw class. Cars running with slicks to quick cars on a Friday night. 972 at 159 miles an hour Tower Lane. Spectator side of the racetrack was a 1169 at 114 miles per hour. If you're watching us from home on Lordco TV, we'd like to welcome you here. Mission Raceway Park, owned and operated by the British Columbia Custom Car Association, a non-profit society since 1952, Canada's oldest hot rod club. And we're running the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply, round number 1. We want to welcome you at home, and we encourage you to smash the like button every time you see a cool car, every time you hear something you like, every time you hear the beautiful sound and thunder of race cars. Smash that like button all night long. It helps us out tremendously. Now, a nice pairing on the start line. A 1968 Torino with a 438 Windsor, it claims, and a 23 Corvette. Ross Walker out of Langley with the Vet. Veteran racer here at Mission Raceway. And the old Ford. Here at the Ford Valley Drag Strip. Yes, they're first. 1026, 131.46 miles per hour. Ross goes 118 miles an hour with a posted elapsed time of 11.62. There we go. Next class up, motorcycle. And they're going to be followed by domestic class. Little Rockets. Relatively small turnout for motorcycle tonight, but it's a great opportunity to remind all drivers, be aware on the roads. Motorcycles are out there now. Be extra careful of motorcycles on the roads. It's a good reminder. Paul Sidar, Tower Lane, managing to get 40 pounds off his bike over the winter. And going to be setting himself some new elapsed time records tonight. That one was a 964 with a bit of spin on the start line as he sets up his new clutch, 145 miles an hour. On the spectator side of the racetrack, we saw a 1267 at 115 miles per hour. Domestic class, you should be in the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Final pair of motorcycle for now. It's early in the night. Lots of people still traveling from work, getting home, getting their gear, and making their way to the racetrack. So we should see the car count increase as we go in towards 7 o'clock. 1238 to a 1342. Now, domestic class are cars running on street tires. I'd be interested to go check his tires out. Pair of Dodge. Oh, sorry, a Ford. My bad. Here at Ford Valley Drag Strip, getting that wrong. Oh. It's Dave Hall in his Ford Challenger. Getting there first with a 12.83, 110 miles an hour. And the Ford ran 1767. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. Domestic class, lanes 1 through 4. That's a 2007 Corvette. Lots of Corvettes here tonight. Oh, I like it. 1236, 116 the speed. Tower side, the slowest elapsed time of the evening so far with 21:05 on the reader board. We got a single coming up, spectator side of the racetrack. Gorgeous car. Tailgate party, get ready. This is a nice blue car coming by you. The old Hot Rods, once again, the ultimate car show where you get to see them run. Couple things to remember on a Friday night street legals is the Friday night street legals are a family venue. That means no drugs or alcohol, please. And when the spouse takes the kids down to the racetrack, you don't have to worry. Everything is super cool down here. It's about fast, furious fun and teaching everybody the responsible way to go racing at a Mission Raceway Park and on a sanctioned NHRA racetrack. Mission Raceway Park, the Ford Valley Drag Strip, part of the NHRA Division 6, where we have been track of the year multiple times. Not just a small town racetrack, this is the real thing with tons of special events coming your way this year. There are schedules available at the Pro Shop. Grab one, put the magnet fridge on it, fridge magnets on it, and don't miss a single event this year, especially not the Friday Night Street Legals on a beautiful Friday night like this. Jason goes 115 miles an hour with a 12:09 elapsed time. And Cam, or Matt rather, ran 14:68 with the S10. All right, running low on domestic class. If you're not in the lanes now, you've missed your opportunity. So we're going to do a class change. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact will put you in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that puts everybody on the rotation on a standby call. Not a lot of cars here at the beginning of the night, so you're virtually hot lapping. So right now, we're going to take Sport Compact to the lane. Sport Compact, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. What a gorgeous truck. 1980 C10. Racing against a 9 Mercedes. Mercedes is faster, gets there with a 1279, 1394 for the pickup truck at 94.54 miles per hour. Now, if you're racing the Friday Night Street Legals and you manage to go 100 miles per hour, we have a sticker for you that puts you in the 100 mile per hour club. And yes, there are 200 mile per hour stickers, and In fact, 300-mile-per-hour stickers as well. But let's start slowly at the Friday Night Street Legals with our Friday Night Racing 101, starting with a 100-mile-an-hour sticker for your car or truck or bike. I did manage to slip one onto a fire truck here in Mission. They probably peeled it off. $12.94, $106 for Corey. Spectator side of the racetrack. And $17.79 on the Tower Lane. Now, racing the Friday Night Street Legals, reaction time really doesn't matter. Unless you're racing somebody in a faster car and you're trying to beat them with a whole shot win. But as far as learning about your car and how fast it goes, the elapsed time does not include the reaction time. So just don't focus on reaction time for the first night. Focus on elapsed time. And what you're trying to achieve is a consistent run, the same every single time. And we'll go more into that as the evening goes on. But the reaction time does not go on to the elapsed time. Those are two separate numbers. The number you see on the board is the elapsed time from the start to the finish line. 11:82, spectator side, and 13:18, Tower Lane in that pair. Shannon's going to back him up a little bit. Looks like he's trying to stage on the back wheels. What a beautiful little Ford. Short box, fleet side. That's gorgeous. And a big heavy truck in the other lane. Weight to horsepower, would have to have double the horsepower to beat that little truck. But with that big turbo diesel, that's probably the case. Wow, look at that thing go. Rob gets there all right. 12:17, 107. Holy moly. And in the Tower Lane, we saw 89 miles per hour with a 14.96 elapsed time for a beautiful little Ford pickup truck. That's got to count for something, too. Nice matchup. Ford, Chevy. So, grudge match, folks. Who's going to win, the Chevy or the Ford? Here's your chance. Oh, a little bit of smoke off the Chevy tire. That put the Ford ahead. And Ford gets the win with a 13.68 to a 14.24. That was it for domestic class. Now we're firing up with Sport Compact. All right, Sport Compact, moving the lanes 1 and 2. Don't just all line up in lane 1. All right, Junior Street, next class call. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Class call for Junior Street. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Outlaw. We're going to give you a call in about 2 minutes. And of course, motorcycle, you're right after them, then domestic, and then Sport Compact. Right back to where we are right now. Sport Compact, a little low car count. So Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for the other classes. Now, if you're not familiar with Junior Street, and you're here for the first time, it's a really cool class. Kids as young as 13 years old driving cars with their parents beside them in the passenger seat. The parent drives the vehicle to the start line or to the back of the staging lanes, and then the kid takes it over. Kid gets to do a burnout and race the car to half track. Pretty cool. Herb, Tower Lane, 1293. And Trevor over there on the spectator side of the racetrack, 97.28 miles an hour, just under the 100-mile-per-hour mark, with a 14.80 pass. So Junior Street, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. If you're not getting along with your 14-year-old, if you suggested racing and you and him working on a race car all through the winter, I bet his school marks would go up. I bet that would change the attitude a little bit. Could help. Worth giving a try. Look at your kid right now. You want to go racing? Junior Street. A pretty cool option. 1502, spectator side of the racetrack, turns on the wind light.
I love it. They definitely case swapped it. It looks like a case swap. Who wouldn't?
All right, Outlaw, we're ready for you. Class change, Outlaw class to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for two-wheelers. (109 miles per hour in the spectator side of the racetrack with a 12.90 pass. That's pretty good. 76.45 was the speed tower lane with an elapsed time of 17.66. Outlaw class, you've been called to the lanes. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw class to lanes 1 and 2. Last spare in Sport Compact. Who gets to the top end first? That would be Tom with a 12-12. And up next, Junior Street. So these kids, 13 to 17 years old, racing with their parents. And they get to get practice on the Friday night street legals, but they also race in bracket weekends. Right along with junior dragsters, Thunder and Lightning, and Junior Street. Introduced a few years ago, and it is very popular. Now they race to half track, the 8th mile, those two cones right there. That's why you see the reader board light up. They're allowed to go as fast as 9 seconds in this class. That was a 9:33 for James. And Lyndon went 11:25. These next 3 vehicles also involved in Junior Street as we continue with the Junior Street class. And Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for motorcycle. The Acura gets the win light, 977 to top end of the 8th mile with a 72 mile per hour pass. Imagine being 13 years old and driving that black pickup truck. That's pretty cool. I spent some time in Alberta as a kid, and in Alberta you can get your learner's license at 14. That was pretty cool and exciting for me at the time. That's probably the best bonding I ever did with my father. I can't imagine how close you get to your kids if you were working all winter on this little truck. How excited they all were for last weekend, for the first weekend of racing. Big congratulations to all the bracket racing champions from last year. And you realize target's on your back this year. So an '07 Silverado. Josephine Smith goes 9:53 with that beautiful little pickup truck doing 73 miles per hour. Dude Jackson, Tower Lane, goes 10:67 at 64. All right, that was the final junior, I think, with a 1078 at 65. Nice looking Trans Am. So the start line officials going to do a little start line prep for the fast cars coming up in a moment. The Outlaw class, which are cars running on slicks. We should have you all down in the lanes 1 and 2. Oh, I see a couple of you out in 3. That's cool. But we're going to take motorcycle and park you over in lanes 5 and 6. You can make your way over nice and lazy, but motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6, nice and casual. Zoom, zoom. They Well, an 1175 and a 997. The Audi there first with a 965. And Tony there with a 1229. All right. I ran out of batteries on the mic. Sorry about that. Motorcycle, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. And we're going to be calling domestic in just 1 minute. Get ready. Standby call for domestic class. Start suiting up as we wrap up the Outlaw class. Call domestic.
Have you got your newer?
Let's go for it. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class 1 through 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Oh, that was a quick car. 110 miles an hour, 1070. The elapsed time. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. All right, gorgeous trucks here. Final pair in Outlaw. Chevy taking on Ford. Close matchup. Oh, looks like the Ford inching ahead near the finish. 10.76, 129 miles per hour. Remember, if you're watching online, Lordco TV, when the car you're choosing wins the race, smash the like button. A 1966 Chevy 2, Craig Coda. Nice looking car. Sounds pretty nice too. Goes 1189, 110 miles an hour. Domestic class, you should be making your way to the lanes 1 through 4. And now we move ourselves into the motorcycle class. First guy running on a single. $89.95. Sorry, that was at the 1,000 foot. At the quarter mile, 95 miles an hour at 13.42. Now he moves the bike side to side like that to prevent from getting a flat spot on the tire, but he wants to get tons of heat in that tire. Paul Sadar testing his new ride out. Had it out last weekend, and he's really focusing on his new clutch. Has the bike a lot lighter than last year, and hoping to set some personal best times with the bike tonight. Oh, he's going to be happy with that one. A 1.492 reaction time, a 1.660 foot, 8th mile at 115 miles an hour. With a 633. Top end, 977. Elapsed time with a speed of 140 miles per hour for Paul. Isaac ran a 1373 at 63. Stock swing arm Hayabusa Tower Lane. And a Yamaha R1. Spectator side of the racetrack. Tailgate party. That bike sounded pretty good. That was an R1 Yamaha from 2026, a brand new bike. Ran 11:15, 141 miles an hour. That's pretty cool. 129 miles an hour into Tower Lane with a elapsed time of 12:26 for the Hayabusa. Here we go, domestic class up running now. If you're not in the lanes 1 through 4, you're running behind domestic class to the lanes 1 through 4. Standby call going out to the next class. '07 Corvette Winlight 1230, 116 miles an hour. The Mercedes was 12.85 at 111. '2002 Silverado. Out of Lake Erock, an '03 Ford. Over in the spectator side of the racetrack. You don't have to have a race car to go race it on a Friday night street legals. Just come out and have fun. It's only $50 to register your car. You can have multiple drivers. It's a good time. I mean, you can be a spectator for $10 or racing down the track for 50. Give it a try. 1764 for the little Ford. And Silverado ran a 1298, 105. Gorgeous looking Dodge, Tower Lane. Emmerich Mark out of Mission at that 23. $11.46 to a 14.00. Now let us point out that that purple car getting to half track with a 9.6 second run That's slower than the quickest allowed for junior street to the 8th mile, which is 9 seconds. So a 13-year-old could be literally driving that car for junior street class. How cool is that? '74 Corvette. .454 under the hood of that Corvette, and the family car racing team reaches the finish line with a 1497. Owen car. Spectator side of the racetrack gets there first with a 13.23 at 101 miles per hour. .1277 beats a 1284, but just barely with the reaction time difference you saw at the start line. That was a close one at the finish. That's a nice looking car. 2017 Camaro. Wasn't pushing it too hard. We got more in that car than that. ES10 having a little trouble on the start line. Ran a 14.83. The Camaro was 13.93. You bet. Sport Compact. There's your call to the lanes. Sport Compact to lanes 1 through 4. Class change for Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact to the lanes. And stand by to full rotation as we go around very quickly tonight. Getting your money's worth for passes here at the first Friday Night Street Legals at the Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Tower Lane, 1271, 105 miles per hour. And Ed Jones goes 94 miles an hour, 14.43. So our very first Friday Night Street Legal drag race, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. The next one on May the 8th. Be sure to grab a schedule at the Pro Shop tonight. put it on the fridge at home. Don't miss any of the upcoming races. Win light, spectator side of the racetrack. 14:66, the elapsed time. Some pretty big events coming up here at Mission Raceway this year. Including the Northwest National Opens on May 29th to 31st. Door Wars coming again this year, June 25th and 28th. Yo4 Sienna being driven by Nick Duda, according to my computer here. It goes 103 at 1340. Sport Compact, you should be in the lanes. You have been called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you should be in the lanes. So all race fans here tonight, pay attention to the signs you see at the racetrack. Those are current sponsors, not last year's signs left up. All those people are on board for this year, for 2026, and we want to welcome every sponsor sign you see here at Mission Raceway. Remember, shop local. $13.68 for the win light.
Yeah, their tech cards are definitely.
Little Mustang, 64 GTO. Ran a 14.009. Yeah, it's good seeing some of the signs at the racetrack from local companies. I know my son's dog, Oliver, his favorite sponsor that you see here tonight would have to be Tailblazers. We live just a couple blocks away, and I made the mistake of taking him down there one time. He looks like a little lab, weighs about 70 pounds, black dog. Walked him down to the store, and he got a treat. And now, when we go for a walk, he leads me right back to Tailblazers. Pretty cool. Stop by and check it out for your pet's needs. Healthy food alternatives. Tailblazers, located in Mission, right across from the cop shop in that new mall. Check it out. Actually, Dennis, the owner, was racing his Cybertruck here last year. Hope to see him out again.
Sorry, Skylar, you wanted to take your street? Yep, I think that'd be great. Coffee?
Thank you. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. We're going to put a class in the lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. A standby call going out to the rest of the rotation. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Tailgate party, you guys are looking great out there tonight. Now, if you're having trouble hearing the PA, you can get us on the FM dial at 92.7. Then you can crank up the volume and hear everything going on in the background in the tower as well. I try not to leave the mic on all the time, but it happens by accident. So you might get a little surprised, and I apologize for that. But 92.7 FM on your FM dial on the radio, and crank it up. Welcome to Mission Raceway. Always glad to see you at the tailgate party, and when I'm not announcing, you'll often find me hanging out at that part of the racetrack. I like to sit up in the bleachers at the finish line. Love watching the finish line, especially in bracket racing. 1562 for Andrew, spectator side of the racetrack, and 102 miles an hour on the tower side of the track at 1394 for the Mercedes. So for all the folks hanging out at the tailgate party, just one last reminder, Mission Raceway Park is a family venue, so please refrain from drugs and alcohol while sitting at the tailgate party. We're going to lead by example. Lots of little eyes watching us tonight. Mind your P's and Q's as well. Lead by example. 1492 for Tyler, Tower Lane. 1760 on the spectator side of the racetrack. Now, as a race fan, you can pay forward and have as much influence here tonight as any one of our sponsors or any one of our staff by simply going to the racers in their cars and telling them how much you appreciate that they're racing on the track and not racing on the street, keeping you so much safer on the streets. And you can show your appreciation to every single racer here tonight, pat them on the back, and just tell them how proud you are of them for racing on the track. That means a lot to everyone, a lot of sponsors, a lot of people, staff, volunteers involved with providing the track to the people on a Friday night street legals. Big hats off to all our sponsors, Mopac Auto Supply, Valley Ford, and everyone else involved with making these races possible. And a big shout out to all the racers here tonight. You have my personal appreciation and big thank you, pat on the back, high five, the whole thing. We really appreciate you racing with us at the track and not horsing around on the streets. It means a lot. Racing Sport Compact class. That negative dash in front of that 2 indicates a red light reaction time for Adriana. 1292, the elapsed time for Herb, with a speed of 117 miles an hour. If you're hanging out with Herb tonight, let him know he's qualified for the 100-mile-per-hour sticker. If you go 100 miles per hour, just head up to the tower, let us know, and we've got a sticker for you. Junior Street, you should be to lanes 5 and 6. Well, my name is Rock Arsenault. I've been announcing here for a couple of years now. I took a little break after COVID, but I've been here for around 15, 17 years, something like that. And it's pretty interesting. I'll bump into a race fan, late 20s, and they'll tell me they've been listening to me since they were a kid. That's pretty cool. I want to welcome everybody back to Mission Raceway Park. It's a great place to hang out with your family. Every age group enjoys hot rods, and to watch them go up track, that's pretty special. So thanks for hanging out with us on a Friday night for the Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. It's special to have you here. With so many other things to do in the Lower Mainland, you chose us. Big thank you. Chloe goes 1562 at 88.8 miles per hour. Here we go in Junior Street, and they're going to be running to 8th mile. And that's the 2 cones you see just at the end of the bleachers. Where we measure mile per hour, you will see 2 cones. The first cone to the second cone is measured and calculates the mile per hour. The 8th mile is actually the second cone. The first cone is where it starts to time the mile per hour. Same thing true at the 1,000 foot and the quarter mile. $10.69 for Jackson. Linden goes 11.13. Both cars over 60 miles per hour. Josephine gets the win light, 961, 73.04 miles per hour. The future of the sport of drag racing, Junior Street. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning dragsters as well in the bracket weekends.
His name is Preston Malone. It's an 06 Lexus.
Shelby ran 996. Jenna ran a 1070. Win light for the Nissan. Now, my computer that I watch on the Friday Night Street Legals doesn't give me previous runs, so I'm not able to watch how they're doing as far as the elapsed times go. But in bracket racing, the most important part is running your number. So it makes it possible for people with slower cars to be competitive, that the fastest car doesn't win every single time. The way it works in a bracket weekend is you run qualifying runs to figure out how fast your car runs, and then you put that number on the windshield when it comes time for racing. And at that point, the slower car leaves first at the start line with the intent of both being at the finish line at the same time. So in a bracket race, you want to watch from the finish line, not from the start line. And it matters how close they are to their number. Class change time. We're going to get Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw class, you're called to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, you're called to lanes 1 and 2. Douglas Kavas. We've talked about his dad, Sean Kavas, for years and years and years and years and years, as he sets world records with these K cars and other weird cars, gets his name in the back of the National Dragster as having the fastest K car on the planet. There's interesting ways to get your name into the record book, and Sean is a champion at that, while his son, Douglas, been coming up in the tower since he was like 2 years old, 3 years old. He's been coming up in the tower with him and his sister, and we built quite a friendship over the years. He showed up last year in the tower like he owned the place. Bursted in, said hello, told me he was Sean's kid. A pretty cool little kid. And now he's racing with his dad by his side. Junior Street is so cool. So cool. So a little track prep ahead of Outlaw. Outlaw, you should be in the lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. And standby call for motorcycle. Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2, standby call, motorcycle. If you're having trouble hearing us in the pits, you can get us on the FM dial at 92.7. Spectators, tailgate side of the racetrack. We got Outlaw coming up, and a bunch of them. Real fast cars coming your way. Start line crew you see right now spraying a really sticky compound onto the racetrack. If you were to walk out onto the start line with a pair of sandals, it's very likely that you'd leave the sandals behind. You can actually hear the noise from the shoes as they walk across the start line. Now, if you're racing for the first time on a Friday night street legals, especially if you have an all-wheel drive vehicle, you may want to avoid going through the water box completely, which point you can drive around the red cone, stay out of the water, avoid bringing extra moisture onto the racetrack. Yep, we can get motorcycle too. Motorcycle will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle, you can suit up, make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6.
They're probably just like, I'm happy.
Got lots of time. We got the whole Outlaw class to run. Nice and cash. Want to remind everybody about the 10-kilometer-an-hour speed limit at Mission Raceway Park. That includes the return road. Please keep your speed down low everywhere at Mission Raceway Park, except for on Farmer Lane. The racetrack has been named Farmer Lane in honor of the Farmer family. Ron Farmer's membership card number for the British Columbia Custom Car Association was card number 1. Before his passing, he was here with us almost every single Friday night. One of the most lovely guys you ever met in your whole life. What a great guy. We miss him tremendously. But we've named the racetrack after him, Ron Farmer and Farmer Lane. That Audi chased him down. Ran a 972 for the win light. That's after a 1.6 second reaction time, but a 1.54 60 foot. That's a cool car. And 144 miles an hour. Yeehaw. 2018 Audi RS3. Van City Audi YouTube channel. And Rider Performance out of Maple Ridge, Adam Blender. Parachute on the back of the car indicates it's capable of 150 miles per hour. A 60 foot of 1.49. 130 miles an hour at the 8th mile. At the end of the bleachers, doing 130 miles an hour. 163 at the top end with an 878. Possibly the quickest ET here tonight so far. That was cool. 141 on the spectator side of the racetrack with a 10.91. And everybody watching online on YouTube must be smashing the like button after Adam Blender's run. That was cool. Not a full pull. With 1296. Tower Lane was 121 miles per hour with an 1114 on the reader board. Eighth mile was a 7.13 second run. Again, Junior Street is 9 seconds. Quickest run to 8th. Tony Brandt, a regular for the Friday Night Street Legals. 128.94 miles an hour with a 1029 with a 73 Nova. The Charger on a little bit of a slow run. Well, this is a good time to remind folks, for the people that are leaving early, when we raced at the Friday Night Street Legals, we're really trying to get a point across that horsing around on the streets is ridiculous, that racing is only permitted on the racetrack. And we send out a really good message. We put a lot of effort forward. And then at the end of the night, we'll hear somebody leaving from the racetrack, doing a big burnout on the highway. And it just wrecks the spirit, wrecks the mood. So please do us all a favor and leave in a very courteous and quiet manner when you leave the racetrack. RCMP in both cities, Maple Ridge, Abbotsford, and Mission are aware when racing ends, and they know that 1 or 2 people are going to get a mixed message. So they're watching for you. So play it safe out on the roads. Don't horse around. You want to go race and show up at the next Friday Night Street Legals and pay your $50. But when you're leaving the track later tonight, please, 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 please leave quietly and really courteous-like. That would be nice. Don't put a sour note at the end of the night. Domestic class, your call to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class to lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. I like it. I like it. That white Corvette heating the tires up. The water box is just water. There's nothing else in the water but water. And that's all it takes for these cars with all this power. Just a little bit of slippery, and they can smoke the tires. And they smoke the tires to add heat to the tires to make them even more sticky. So the start line sticky compound, the heated tires, enables a 60 foot from the Corvette of 1.58 seconds. With an ET top end of the racetrack, one fast one, that's for sure, 9.80. 144.323 miles per hour. And Craig ran 111 miles an hour, 11.84. Spectator side of the racetrack. Gorgeous grudge match. Dodge taking on Ford. Who's going to win? Well, we are racing at the River Valley Ford drag strip, so we got to let the Ford get ahead somewhere, right? So there you go, 1170 for the 68 Torino, slowing down across the finish line at 85 miles an hour, so capable of much better. The Challenger was an 1165, 117 miles per hour. So at the finish line, first time hanging out at the racetrack, you see the elapsed time and you see the mile per hour. The elapsed time being very close to each other, but the mile per hour being significantly different from each other. The racers on a weekend, not so worried about the mile per hour. The elapsed time is what they're basing their run on. And bracket racers are so familiar with their car that at the end of the weekend, the champions are racing, and typically, or often, a race can be separated by 1/1000th of a second. Last year, junior dragsters, I was amazed one weekend watching bracket racing, and out of 3 junior dragsters in the final, their reaction time and how far they ran away from their number, which they call a package. So combined reaction time and package number, elapsed time, the 3 cars, all 3 of them, had a combined package of 0.04 of a second. The competition level on the weekend is insane. 986 for that car at 110 miles an hour across the finish line. Come hang out on a bracket weekend. Not a lot of race fans here on a typical bracket weekend. Lots of people here on the big events, which are coming up. Full schedule ahead of us for the season. Be sure to grab yourself a schedule at the Pro Shop. And here we go, motorcycle. A 2018 Harley Davidson. Out of Chilliwack, ran 13.46, 97 miles per hour. Hazelton, out of Mission with a 97 Suzuki. Says it's a 600. I thought it was a Hayabusa. I was just basing that on the tail fin. That's just a 600. And then Paul Sadar out of Hope, BC, with the Gixxer. Mass Cycle Service, 05 Suzuki. Stretch swing arm. Carbon fiber wheels. Definitely getting the clutch figured out. 1.57 to 60 foot, 118 at the 8th mile with a 6.16 elapsed time. Finish line was a 9:52 at 143 miles per hour. And Isaac ran 117 miles an hour with a 12:71. Woo, 1085, 142 spectator side of the racetrack. That was moving. 130 at the end of the bleachers with a 7.4 at the 8th mile. Finish line for Adam, 13:54 elapsed time with a speed of 122. That was it for motorcycle. Now heading into domestics. The 09 Challenger with a 370 Hemi ran 111 miles an hour, 1267. And the 07 Corvette gets there first with a 12.22. 116 miles per hour. The Corvette also had a better reaction time, a .22 to a .26. Another beautiful pickup truck, Chevy on the Tower Lane, racing a big Dodge diesel. Oh, sorry, wrong again. That's like the third time tonight. That's a Chevy Silverado. Daniel Reddycop, 2015. Big turbo ran 11:47 elapsed time and a speed of 122 miles an hour. Wow. And the beautiful 1980 C10 ran an elapsed time of 13.92 at 94.5 miles per hour. '23 Challenger from Mission, BC. And the Ford out of Hope. No hope for the Ford. Challenger with the win, 11:25, 123.32 miles per hour. Remember, if you're watching from home, smash the like button every time your vehicle wins the race. Nice, clean pickup truck, Tower Lane. I've got 3 cars in my driveway right now that need to get cleaned up, making me feel bad, bro. The 2016 F-150 gets away first from the start, keeps the lead right to the finish line, ran a 14.91 at 94 miles per hour. Well, if you're a fan of C10 pickup trucks, this is kind of a good night for you. That's another nice looking truck from '87. Says it has a 6-liter LS in it, ran 11.92. Jason goes 116 miles an hour with that beautiful little pickup. Brett ran 119 with a 1270 Tower Lane. Now, if you've been hanging around with us for many years, you'll know that I'm a fan of Corvettes, and there's a lot of them here tonight. This one from 1974. It says it has a 454 Chevy engine. Ran the 8th mile in 9.62 at 76 miles an hour. That would be a good junior street car right there. And 13.15 on the spectator side of the racetrack, doing 102 miles an hour. Make sure you let Owen Carr know that he's capable of getting that 100-mile-an-hour sticker when 102. Marshall's Mechanical, 74 Nova from Chilliwack. Cody with a 383, ran a 1240, 104 miles per hour. Out of Harrison Mills, Mark Ferguson with 02 Firebird, ran a 1254 at 108 miles per hour. So faster per mile per hour, but at lapse time, the win goes to the Nova. Reaction time, also Nova. Well, attention in the pits. Whoever's flying the drone, you got to land it right now. In fact, we're going to stop racing until we land the drone. There's no clearance for that drone here tonight. All right, we appreciate the cooperation. You have to get clearance to be flying a drone around here on the Friday nights or anywhere else. Make sure you fly with proper consideration. Now, if you're racing for the first time, you'll see Shannon just gave that driver a hand at the start line. If you're racing for the first time, with your number on the windshield, put a big N. And then they'll know at the start line that you're a newbie, and they'll be part of your crew. They'll help you stage the car. 1346 for the wind light, 110 miles per hour. Sport Compact, we're looking for you in the lanes next. Sport Compact, this is your call to the lanes. Class change to Sport Compact. Your call to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. 1356 turns on the wind light. 108 miles per hour for the Dodge. Cool looking car. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Sport Compact, this is your call to the lanes. If you're having trouble hearing us in the pits where you're located, you can always tune us in on your FM dial at 92.7. A 1964 GTO, tower side of the racetrack. The Valley Ford drag strip car show. Dean Doucette runs the GTO with an elapsed time of 14:85 at 89 miles per hour. 99.80 for Morgan in the Infinity. Pull a little weight out of the trunk, get the spare tire out of there, empty your glove box, and you'll probably be able to get the weight down far enough to go 100 miles an hour in your next run with the Infinity. The Cybertruck. Dennis runs 10.91, 119 miles per hour. With the Tailblazers Cybertruck. Pretty cool. Well, there has to be a story behind this pickup truck. Yuta Mooney goes 13.99, 104 miles per hour for the 06 Ford. Weight to horsepower ratio. Pickup truck, lots of torque with the diesel. Puts down a pretty good number. I would have to guess that Tesla might beat them. Good opportunity for a grudge match. You and your friends sitting in the bleachers right now. Who's going to get the win, the Tesla or this big diesel pickup truck? Who's buying the first round later? Make a bet with your kid. Who's cutting the lawn tomorrow? Made a bet with your wife. Who's doing the dishes when you get home at 11 tonight? Who's going to win, the pickup truck or the Tesla? What do you think? Tesla. All right. I took the truck. Uh-oh. No way. Wow. Wow. 9.71, 147 miles per hour. Woo-wee. That was booking. And the pickup truck, 106 miles an hour at 12.34. So if you chose the Tesla, smash that like button. That's pretty cool. Nice looking SUV. 20 BMW, racing in style. here at Mission Raceway for the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac. Ooh, that sounds nice. Wow, 1171, 118 miles an hour with BMW. That's a heavy, heavy ride to be doing 1171. That's pretty cool. And 82 miles an hour for Logan at 17.14 for the V-Dub Jetta. There's a couple cool Friday Night Street Legals coming your way this year. There's one where we have the Volkswagen Club show up. That's a really fun night with Volkswagen vans and all kinds of Beetles. And another really fun night is Ladies' Night, where you don't even have to pay the $50 to go racing. Ladies race for free. And that's a fun Friday night. A lot of the bracket racing women that dominate the drag racing field on the bracket weekends, they hang out with us on that Friday night and give pointers and lessons and encourage you to get involved with the sport of drag racing. But if you want to try it, Ladies' Night, a great opportunity for you to do it for free. So watch the schedule and see when it comes up. Sometime in one of the 16 rounds of the Street Leagues. Tower Lane running away with that one, goes 12.08, 119.27 miles per hour. All right, class change. We're going to take Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you have been called to the lanes. We're taking you to lanes 5 and 6. And a big shout out to Barry and Shelley here tonight, selling the mini donuts and the delicious coffee. BS Coffee Shop underneath the bleachers on the pit side of the racetrack. Make sure to say hi to Barry and Shelley. They've been selling mini donuts for the last, I don't know, I remember them here 20 years ago. And the thing that stands out the most is the first night I met Barry, we come a week later and he remembered us. What a great guy. Make sure to say hi to Barry and Shelley and tip them well. The best mini donuts in town. You don't even have to go to the P&E. You've had them right here at Mission Raceway. Now, racers, if you're trying to improve your reaction time, a little secret here at Mission Raceway. A full bag of the mini donuts, a nice latte with lots of sugar, and you will shave time off your reaction time, guaranteed. Just careful you don't go red. .07, 97 miles per hour for Lewis. And Taylor goes 99.01. Way back, way back. Right where Shannon is starting is where the beams are. There you go. Shannon McDonald, our starter. Teaching Racing 101. Spectator side. Junior Street, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. All right, class change. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for motorcycle. Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Last pair in Sport Compact at the start line. Little 87 Chrysler wagon, Douglas Kavas, Junior Street. Running to 8th mile with a 1266 at 56.6 miles per hour. Zapstrap racing. Josephine Smith gets away clean with a 0.9 reaction time. James was red on the start. Little 07 Silverado ran a 9.55 at 73 miles per hour. James goes 74 miles per hour at 9.33. Outlaw, you need to be in the lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for motorcycle. We continue with Junior Street. Pair of SUVs. Chevy and Nissan. The Nissan throws way back, throws the weight pretty good. And outpowers the Chevy. Goes 10.00 to a 10.78. A little bit faster for mile per hour at 69 over the 66 from the Tahoe. '98 Acura, second gen racing, Hoosier tire. Lyndon Reynolds out of Mission. Yay, Mission. 11.10, but quicker with the Acura in the spectator lane. Getting the win light with a 9.73 at 73 miles per hour. Imagine being 13 years old and driving 70 miles per hour. That's pretty cool. Final Junior Street. Oh, no, there's one more. Single pass. For Taryn Monroe. Maybe not Taryn, that's not a Blazer. But the little car ran a 1406, 97 miles per hour. At the top end, 9.02 to the 8th mile at 89 miles per hour. Nice looking little Blazer. Less 10. Still the original 4.3 V6. Goes 10.67 to the 8th mile at 64.27. And that's it for Junior Street. Up next, Outlaw class. Cars running on slicks, a little bit of track prep. Ahead Outlaw from the start line crew. So spectators at the tailgate party, get ready. Bunch of Outlaws followed by Motorcycle. And Motorcycle, you can make your way to lanes 5 and 6, all lazy-like. We're going to put you to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. Well, at the Friday Night Street Legals, right around 7 o'clock, I always try to never forget. But I'd like to give a shout out to all the veterans that are here tonight, and thank you for your service. I encourage all race fans when you meet a veteran to make sure you say thank you for their service. All the freedoms that we enjoy in our country are from them. And I've met lots of veterans, lots of families of veterans, and one comment that really stands out is a father whose son had been to Afghanistan a couple of times. And he said that freedom is not only won, it needs to also be maintained. So for all our family and friends in active duty right now, we are thinking of you always, and especially at the Friday Night Street Legals at 7 o'clock, as we always send out a tribute to our veterans and thank you for your service. Welcome to Mission Raceway Park. Let's do it. Here we go, Outlaw cars moving to the start line. Expect to see lots of smoke as they heat up the tires in the water box. Getting extra heat in the tires. Start line crew getting the track nice and sticky. Right in the best part of the evening as well. Nice and warm, lots of heat in the track. What a perfect night here at Mission Raceway Park. Now home to the Valley Ford drag strip. Big shout out to the new dealership here in Mission. Welcome to Mission. Wow, all 4 tires warming up. Pretty cool. and a station wagon in Outlaw. If you're going to go get groceries, you might as well have fun doing it. Cool. And the Audi able to chase him down with a full second deficit from the start line, ran a 961, 144 miles per hour. And the grocery getter, 9.19. No, sorry, 11.03. I keep reading 1,000 foot. 122 miles an hour with the station wagon. Now, that's pretty cool. Another very quick car, Tower Lane. Racing a Mustang, Jason Gibson. That's a 66 Mustang. Sponsored by Gibson's Racing Transmission. Jason goes 945, 143.63 miles per hour. The 8th mile was a 6.08. At the end of the bleachers, that Mustang was already doing 118 miles per hour in an 1/8 of a mile. Wow. Cool car. Good looking, too. And you should see his dad's car. Very cool as well. Another Mustang, orange. You got to come on the bracket weekend to see that one. Father and son racing together on Friday nights. Pretty cool. Not tonight. We just got Jason. 12:52 for Tyler. Gets the win light. 111 miles per hour. 138 miles per hour for the BMW in the Tower Lane. Going 12:41. Nice matchup. Dodge taking on Ford. Grudge match. Who's going to win? Who's buying second round? Neck and neck. Top end of the racetrack hits the Mustang. 11:43 to an 11:71. Better reaction time for the Challenger. But the Mustang outpowers him to the top end of the racetrack. Oh, another opportunity for a grudge match. Who's paying for the third round? Pair of Corvettes. A 2016. No, it's newer than that. And a 25. We're going to have to just say the white one or the blue one. Blue one on the brake lights. Likely trying to hold back from going quicker. 968 for the winning car at 145 miles per hour. 8th mile, 115 miles an hour with a 631. So who's going to win? The Dodge or the Vet? 23 Corvette, 18 Dodge. Corvette, 121 mile per hour. Elapsed time of 11:25. The Challenger ran at 12:18 at 79 miles an hour, slowing down across the finish. '87 Corvette, 509 cubic inches. Seuss out of Maple Ridge with the Vet. Goes 10:20. 132 miles per hour. Doug having a little trouble on the spectator side of the racetrack. Well, we got us a classic hot rod matchup at the start line coming up next. A 1973 Nova Tower Lane and a 66 Chevy 2. Over on the spectator side of the racetrack. So, kids, who's going to win? Pick your favorite, the black one or the brown one. Top end grudge match. Tony getting some good wheel stands out of that car tonight. That's cool. With a 1.46 60 foot. That's pretty cool. 8th mile was 100 miles an hour with a 698. Tony's Nova from North Vancouver goes 11:57, 89 miles an hour at the finish. And 11:83 for the Chevy 2 at 111. A pair of Fords. The Valley Ford drag strip, Mission Raceway Park. That Torino is taking no prisoners tonight. 131.5 for the win light at 10.36. Uh-oh. Oh, noisy little bug. Goes pretty good. 130 miles an hour at 10.95. And a single for the Mustang. Spectator side of the racetrack. Real quick Mustang coming your way. A little trouble around 330 feet. Off the power. Up next is motorcycle.
Skylar, do you want domestic?
All right, class change. Domestic class to the lanes. Domestic class, lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. All right, we got us a real quick Outlaw showing up at the end. A little pickup truck with a parachute on the back. If you're just showing up now, you're showing up at the right time. Mike Ann's out of Mission, BC with an 02 Ford. The Crown Door Corp pickup truck. At the River Valley Ford drag strip here at Mission Raceway Park, we're about to send you a real quick Ford. Fully staged, here he goes. "60 foot at 1.58. The 8th mile was 107 miles per hour with a 670. At the top end of the racetrack, the truck was doing 138.16 miles per hour with an elapsed time of 10.35. Now, if you're hanging out with Mike Enns, something did fall out the back of his truck. Shannon's holding it right now, so if you want to recover whatever that is, make your way to the start line and grab that for Mike. Oh, turns out it's his fuel cap. So Mike ends your fuel cap is at the start line with Shannon. That was a cool truck. Up next, motorcycle class. Followed by domestic class. Domestic class, you have been called to the lanes. Make your way to the lanes. Start line crew finding a little bit of things to clean up after that pickup truck. So thanks for hanging out with us tonight. So many things to do in the Lower Mainland, and you're at Mission Raceway Park. And we appreciate it. Lots more Friday night street legals coming your way. The very next one will be on May 8th. Grab a schedule at the Pro Shop tonight, right beside the concession stand. Put it on the fridge at home. Make sure you don't miss any of the upcoming events. This year's schedule also shows the road course schedule, which is kind of cool. If we're not drag racing at Friday night street legals or here at the drag strip during the weekend, you can rest assured that something is happening at the road course. Almost every weekend, or I should say every weekend, there is something happening at Mission Raceway. Either at the River Valley Ford drag strip or at the road course. They also have street legal road course nights as well. So if you're having fun drag racing, getting it out of your system, but you'd prefer to go road racing, we do that here as well. Grab a schedule, get on board. All right, Paul Sadar, getting some good numbers on the bike tonight. Really getting that clutch figured out. That's pretty cool. .57, 60 foot, Paul. And a 948, 145 miles per hour. Bike's running pretty consistent for ETs. In case you missed it, domestic class, you have been called to the lanes. Domestic class, you should already be there. Tailgate party, you guys are looking great tonight. Nice turnout. Thanks for coming. Pair of bikes coming your way right now. Wow. At the end of the bleachers, Matt was doing 113 miles an hour on the spectator side of the racetrack. 143 miles an hour at the top end with an elapsed time of 10:84. Moving. Adrian went 131 miles per hour. The 08 Suzuki doing 11:59 for elapsed time. Now back to domestic class. Mercedes going against an 02 Silverado. Racing and winning in class with the Mercedes at 1283, 111 miles per hour. The Silverado was 103 miles per hour with an elapsed time of 13.35. Reaction time for the Silverado, 0.03. Perhaps the best reaction time we've seen tonight so far. Good job, Corey. And a gorgeous, gorgeous Chevelle. Well, the Cybertruck a little slow off the start this time, but man, that thing boogies. Yeah, it does. 118 miles an hour, 11.39. Wow, quicker out of the two. Slower reaction time gives the whole shot win to the Tower Lane, going 11.69 for the win at 114 miles per hour. '23 Challenger and an '07 Corvette. Red light reaction time for the Challenger, which on a bracket weekend would have him disqualified. But Mark tonight on a Friday night, having fun, getting a readout of 11.89 on that run at 122 miles per hour. The Corvette was first with a 12.17 because he actually had a reaction time that wasn't negative. So it gave him the win. Pair of pickup trucks, big diesel. Taking on a beautiful 87 Chevy. Diesel first with a 11.31 on the reader board. 122 miles an hour gets the job done. 116 from the little Chevy, doing 11.88. Reminder to roll your window up while on the racetrack, and that's all the way to the end of the racetrack until you leave the racetrack surface. $12.43 for the win light. The other car, or the other truck, was faster for elapsed time. But again, not getting there first. Nice looking Corvette. 123.49, that's also good looking. 11.79, also good looking. That's a cool car. 13.27, 79 miles an hour for the Firebird. The Acadian gets away first and to hold the lead right to the finish line. 13.08 to a 14.80. Nice looking cars. A 67 and a 74 Chevy. Driver in the Tower Lane, no helmet. That means that car won't run faster than 14 seconds. Likely bone stock. What a beautiful car. 1652 at 88 miles per hour. Wow. That's so cool. 1307 for the Nova at 87.77 miles per hour. Do want to send a little shout out to the new announcer here at Mission Raceway Park, Mike, from last weekend. Doing a fantastic job. Welcome aboard, buddy. And good job last weekend. Marshmallow, 84 Camaro. Tyson Lowe gets the win, 1247, 106.03 miles per hour. Jeremy ran 13.98 with the 80 C10. Nice Chevy matchup. Spectator side of the racetrack getting there first with a 14:59 at 95 miles per hour. And on a bracket weekend, these little S10 pickup trucks are very popular. Lots of them on a weekend. And quite a few of them on a Friday night as well. This one is from 1992 out of Mission, BC. Matt Dawson. Dawson having trouble on the start line. There you go. Yeah, it says it has a 355 under the hood, so that's a V8 converted 92 S10 pickup truck. A little trouble on the start line, but getting down the track on his own, that's good. 10:05 got the win light at 146. Spectator side of the racetrack on that last pair. Well, there's something going on with this white Camaro. If you're lucky enough to be walking around tonight, go check out this car in the pits. There seems to be something underneath the hood on that thing. All right, another class change. We're going to get Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Sport Compact to lanes 1 through 4. Tower Lane goes 12, 15, 120 miles per hour. Spectator side of the racetrack was a 1468. '09 Dodge 370 Hemi runs 1287 laps time with a speed of 111.41 miles per hour. Pair of Mustangs, good grudge match. What do you think? Who's buying the 4th round? We better have a designated driver. That's all I can say. Nice looking Mustangs. You should buy yourself a Mustang at River Valley Ford here in Mission. They're right next door. Order one up. Really fast one. Oh, they're pretty even up the track. And at the finish line, it's Tyler with the win at 13:09 to a 14:26. The 64 GTO with the wind light, 101 miles per hour at 13.62. Morgan ran 96 miles per hour, 14.85 ET. Out of Delta, BC, Mustang runs 13:59. James Ferris goes 107.84 miles per hour. Wow. That thing boogies. 10.86 ET at 129 miles an hour. At the 8th mile, a 7.05 at 101. Wow. And the Lexus ran 1437 at 95.5. Well, another class change. We're going to take Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you're called to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you've been called to the lanes 5 and 6. as we continue in the Sport Compact class. Junior Street, you've been called to the lanes 5 and 6, and that puts all the other classes on a standby call. Nice looking little Civic, Tower Lane. $13.96, 109 miles per hour from the Mercedes. And the Honda, going to improve on that. Next run, only ran 21 seconds. The Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. As a solid race fan, you want to pay forward, make sure to stop by Mopac Auto Supply. They're located in Langley. You turn south on 200th Street off of Highway 1 towards Langley. You go down just a few blocks, and they're on your right off just, I believe, 84th Street. It's a really cool business to check out. Lots of cool bling in the store. Lots of knowledge at the counter to help you make your ride faster and more efficient. They even have a shop to help you install the performance parts and a dyno machine where world-renowned tuner Nick Duda tuning rides and lots of race cars here from Mission Raceway Park. So make sure as a race fan you stop by Mopac Auto Supply and say thank you for their continued support of Mission Raceway and the Friday Night Street Legals. Very cool. They also have a store in Calgary and Edmonton if you're from Alberta, where it's snowing. Just saying. Welcome to Mission Raceway and the River Valley Ford drag strip. What a beautiful night. We are so lucky. And to have you with us here tonight on a Friday night, that is special. Thanks for coming. Make sure to grab a schedule so you don't miss any of the upcoming action here at Mission Raceway. From the road course to the drag strip, all on the schedule. Schedule is available at the Pro Shop or online at Mission Raceway. 1654 for Quentin, doing 85 miles an hour at the top end for the win. A little Mazda, Tower Lane. And a Lexus, spectator side of the racetrack. Getting there first with a 1404, 101 miles per hour. All right, we are ready for Outlaw to make your way to the lanes 1 through 4. Class change once again, getting Outlaw to the lanes. Outlaw, lanes 1 through 4. Standby call for two-wheelers, and we're going to take Outlaw to lanes 1 through 4. Outlaw, your call to the lanes 1 through 4. 16 BMW goes 116.82 miles an hour across the traps with 11.81 for elapsed time. Up next, Junior Street. Junior Street, a race program from the bracket weekends that enables the kids to actually hang out on a Friday night to get some practice. Junior Street, kids 13 to 17 years old, driving street legal cars or race cars to the 8th mile. The parent drives through the pits, gets it into the staging lanes. The kid jumps into the seat, pulls into the water box, lights up the tires, and runs to 8th mile with the quickest ET allowed at 9 seconds. Same as Junior Street, Thunder, and Lightning dragsters. Junior programs, pretty good introduction to the sport. And Shelby ran 9.95 at 69 miles an hour. Jackson Dew ran 10.65 at 64. You look out on the track right now, about mid-track, you see one of the safety crew making a check out on the track. There are people at about 5 different positions on the track constantly monitoring the condition of the racetrack. Safety being first and pinnacle here at Mission Raceway. And the River Valley Ford drag strip. Mustang, and an 07 Silverado facing off. Red light reaction time for James. You see it on the reader board with the little negative. So he left 0.16 seconds before the green light. Win light goes to Josephine with a 963 at 73 miles an hour. That pickup truck, fairly consistent. So Outlaw, you should be in the lanes. You have been called to the lanes. Lane 1 and 2. For Outlaw. Red light reaction time for Jenna Monroe. Green light. Over into Tower Lane at 9:83 elapsed time. A speed of 72.6. And the final Junior Street, the Kvass Racing Team. Well, Douglas trying to improve on his reaction time and staging the car deep. Actually red by 1/1000th of a second. Way to go. Just 1/1000th of a second too quick. Ran at 12:41 at 56 miles an hour. Really nice to see you behind the wheel, Douglas. That's cool. a junior street, driving a cool Trans Am like that, there's some bragging rights. That's a cool car.
It currently says 94 Blazer.
Well, the 8th mile for that driver was a 9.007. So 7 thousandths of a second safe for the quickest allowed pass for a junior street. So running that thing as quick as you can, that's awesome. So you look down on the start line right now, you see a little bit of track prep going on. And that's typical just ahead of the Outlaw cars, which are cars running on slicks, and typically the quicker cars here on a Friday night street legals. And they're coming up next, followed by motorcycle. So motorcycle, you can make your way to lanes 5 and 6, nice and casual like. And motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw coming your way in just a couple of moments. A little bit of track prep, tailgate party, get ready. Here comes the quick cars, and there's about 15 of them here, including that real quick Ford pickup truck with the parachute that ran on the last pass. This is going to be good, so get ready, get back to your seats. Here comes the Outlaws. I said Outlaws, not in-laws. You're totally safe. If tonight is your first time to Mission Raceway Park and the River Valley Ford drag strip, welcome. And I hope you enjoyed yourself, and I hope we see you lots more. I remember the first time I showed up at the Street Legals, probably about 25 years ago, sitting at the tailgate party on the spectator side of the racetrack. We started coming every weekend. And then at one Friday night Street Legals, they called for volunteers for the water box. And I was sitting with my brother-in-law, John Tabac. Well, he jumps up from the Blazer and runs to the start line and didn't even say goodbye. So I walk over to the start line, and there he is volunteering in the water box. Wow, lo and behold, a couple weeks later, he's looking at the website and he sees a call for an announcer. So John Tabac took on the full scene here at Mission Raceway Park, and he's your regular announcer on the weekends. Terrific announcer as well. Well, he was doing the whole thing on his own, and after a couple of years, me hanging out with him, being his water boy from the tower, just getting the privilege of coming up here was cool. And I decided one time to take over the Friday night Street Legals, and that was about 15 years ago, just to give him a break. So in the last 15 years, I got to know a lot of the racers that are typical on the Friday night Street Legals, and what a pleasure. I've made so many cool friends. And I just, I'm so thankful for all of that. And I want to send a thank you out to the British Columbia Custom Car Association for the opportunity to come back this year and announce for you folks. So my name is Rock Arsenault, and I am so pleased to be here with you tonight. And I look forward to seeing you folks here every single race at the River Valley Ford Drag Strip and Mission Raceway Park. Thanks for coming. And here we go, running Outlaw. The quick cars running on slicks. Pickups, too. Nice looking truck. But a The Silverado being beat by a Volkswagen. That's okay. 11:01 for the Volkswagen, 122 miles an hour. That's not a typical Volkswagen. No sirree. Silverado ran 112 miles an hour with a 13.27 ET. Corvette? Yes, please. Ross Walker out of Langley, BC, and Preston Chevrolet. Beautiful car. Yeah, a good friend of mine just bought one. Got a chance to go for a ride in it. It was pretty cool. Ross Walker goes 11:18 for the win at 120 miles per hour. Quicker ET of 1092 at 128 does not get the job done because of a red light reaction time for the other lane. Here's that gorgeous Challenger once again, 392 Hemi. Challenger shaker hood, nice car. And a 79 Mustang. Who's gonna get to the top end first? Would be the Mustang at 118 miles an hour with an ET of 1135. Reaction time went to the Challenger by 0.2 of a second, but wasn't enough to get the job done. 1184 from the Challenger, 117.59 was the recorded speed. A 2018 Audi RS3 Tower Lane, racing a gorgeous Corvette over there on the spectator side of the racetrack. Got us a good matchup, but the Audi looks like he's gonna get it. He does, 142 to 129 miles an hour. Well, that's a quick Audi. 1039 was the ET to the Corvette's 1154. And here's that cool matchup once again, the 73 Nova and the 66 Chevy 2. Yes, sirree, the River Valley Ford car show. Woo! I love that wheel stand. That thing just bounces up. Tony puts down a 129 mile per hour pass at 1021 for the win light. And Craig goes 112 miles an hour, 11.76. You bet. Domestic, you're called to the lanes. Class change, domestic class to the lanes 1 through 4. Do you think you can catch him? Well, unfortunately, the Corvette messed up on the start line, didn't get any numbers, so we'll never know for real. But that pickup truck ran at 10.00 at 141 miles an hour. The 8th mile at the end of the bleachers, the pickup truck already doing 112 miles an hour with an ET of 6.52 to the 8th mile. Here's that gorgeous Mustang, Jason Gibson's racing transmission. Racing Kuzman, John with his Corvette from 2016. This is a good matchup. Who's going to win it? Top time. Who's going to get there first? Well, Jason with a bunch of wheel spin. Didn't deter him. He's raced before. Right back into it. Gets to the finish line first with a 975. 143 miles an hour. What a quick pass. And the Corvette, 145 miles an hour with an ET of 9.77. Wow. Now, your Class 5 driver's license limits you to a 10-second pass. To go quicker than 10 seconds, you need to actually have a NHRA driver's license. How cool. Can you imagine being 13 years old and having an NHRA driver's license? That's show and tell for sure. 68 Torino. Putting on quite a show tonight. 105 at the 8th mile with a 6.61. Finish line for the Torino, 10:32, 132 miles per hour. And the Beetle goes 131 miles per hour with a 10:66. More Corvettes. This went out of Maple Ridge from 1987. Jimmy Sousa. Nice car. Look at all the rubber behind the wheel on the wheel well. That's pretty cool. A 142 60-foot. Wow. And 148th mile, 134 at the top end for the Corvette. Goes 10:15 ET. Challenger ran 9:69 for the win. At 143 on the spectator side of the track. Buddy, you're... Yeah, we just had a little visit from the Kvass racing team. Man, so proud of that kid. All right, here we go. Another guy I'm proud of, Mr. Paul Sidar. The bike's really getting tuned in. All right, everybody, we are aware of the situation on the track, and we will report back to you when we have any information. But for now, it's a good opportunity for you to grab something to eat. I had a little visit in the pro shop earlier tonight, and they got lots of cool new things in there. They got these steel signs I've never seen before. They got die-cast models. They got some really cool NHRA 75th anniversary hats I haven't seen before. So stop by and grab yourself a souvenir before you leave the track tonight. Now, if somebody brought you here tonight and you're not really into the sport of drag racing and you're thinking to yourself, I want to go for a little walk, that's a great idea. Stop by the pro shop and get all your Christmas shopping done. The person that brought you here tonight would probably appreciate anything you would buy at the store. Anything at all. Just a sticker, a little die-cast model, a little Hot Wheel perhaps, a nice hat, a hoodie, a t-shirt, something cool. Stop by the pro shop and say hi to the nice people working there tonight and enjoy yourself. As soon as we have any news up top, we'll let you know. Well, rider's okay, folks. He's actually walking and pushing his bike. Wow, and the track's dry as well. Incredible. The safety gear these guys use while they're racing is just impressive. And the safety crew out there immediately. Big shout out to the safety crew and to the racer. We're sure glad you're all right. And as soon as we get things sorted out, we'll get back to racing. Good opportunity for you to make friends with the people beside you. And again, I remind all racers to pay forward. Pay attention to all the signs at the track. All those signs are actually current sponsors. I want to send a special shout out to Mr. Lube and Tires here in Mission. They're right across from Low Heat Highway, from right across the street from Rocco's Diner, which is open 24 hours a day. It's a cool spot. Now, Mr. Lube and Tires is currently sponsoring all Mission residents to get in free on a Friday night street legal. So all Mission residents getting in for free. As you pay forward, you want to stop by Mr. Lube here in Mission, get your next oil change, get your summer service done, get those winter tires off. April 31st, they can come off. Buy yourself a brand new set of tires, get your oil changed, get all the servicing done at Mr. Lube and Tires here in Mission, right across the street from Rocco's Diner, which is also a sponsor of Mission Raceway Park. And if you happen to be a bracket racer here in the weekend and you're forced to work on your car all night long to make it ready for the morning, well, you can send somebody from your crew over to Rocco's Diner, grab yourself some clubhouse sandwiches, some French fries. They make the best homemade pie, really delicious milkshakes as well. And they are featured on the TV show Riverdale. So it's actually a cool spot to check out. Lots of memorabilia in there, all cool art from the 50s. A really cool diner, Rocco's Diner here in Mission, right across from Mr. Lube and Tires. Now check out all the other signs here at the track while you're just sitting around doing nothing. Read every single sign. And if it's some business you don't recognize, do me a favor, look them up online. They would only be advertising here at the track because they know people like you that hang out at the racetrack would really benefit from knowing about their business. So check it out online. Businesses like Jaw Portable Buildings. They built that structure at the start line made of steel. That's pretty cool. So take time right now while we have a little break to read the signs, introduce yourself to your neighbors, check out the pro shop, grab something to eat, check out the cool rides, the cool cars in the pits, and make sure you tell every single person racing tonight how proud you are of them for racing on the track and not horsing around on the street. So back to racing as quick as we can. All right, here goes Paul Sadar from Hope, BC. Now he moves the tire side to side like that so he doesn't end up with a flat spot. But he's getting as much heat in that tire as he can. So tonight, Paul Sadar is actually testing his bike. He's done a bunch of work over the season. He lost 40 pounds off the bike, carbon fiber wheels, and he's got a race clutch in it, two-stage race clutch. And what he has to do is go full throttle off the rev limiter and drop the clutch, just drop it. And it's built to prevent the front wheel from lifting off the ground. Oh, just lost a little traction, not enough heat in the back tire. Nice run. Well, we're showing 16 degrees outside right now. We're going to race as long as we can tonight. What we're watching for is dew point on the track. So when you start to see a little dew on your vehicle, we're getting really close to the end of the night. So keep an eye out for that. We're getting close to sunset. Things will cool off a little bit. Now, if you need a sweater, they got big hoodies available at the pro shop if you need something to keep you warm. And this is a good time to remind everybody, we ask wholeheartedly, please, 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 when you leave the racetrack tonight, leave quietly and be very courteous to our neighbors. Drive safe on the streets. Don't be getting any tickets on the way home. Play it safe. And if you want to go racing, we're doing it again on May 8th. The Friday night street legal's only $50 to go racing. Getting one ticket on the road, faster than 30 kilometers an hour, you're going to be in big trouble. They'll tow your vehicle, impound it, and your insurance goes up. It's just not worth it. It's too dangerous. So race here on the track. We're doing it again May 8th. Trimble goes 12:24 with the Corvette, 116 miles per hour. So the quarter mile, 1,320 feet. Seen people going as fast as 160 miles an hour tonight. What's really cool, a lot of these race cars actually drive to the track and then go racing and then drive back home. Now, if you're racing your street car and you're driving it to Mission, make sure you get here with an empty tank. Have just enough fuel for racing. The lighter the vehicle is, the faster it goes, and then you can fuel up on the way out of Mission. We got the cheapest gas in the whole Lower Mainland typically, so it's a good way to do it. 1190 for the BMW on that pass at 122 miles per hour. The Ventura went 98 miles per hour at 13.59. And here's our Cyber truck. Once again, the Tesla out of Mission, BC. The driver, part of Tailblazers. Accelerate your pet's health. Healthiest treats and supplies right here in Mission. Big shout out to Dennis. Nice run. Truck ran 11:07, 119 miles per hour. The 8th mile was 100 miles an hour. 99.34, with an elapsed time of 7.02 to the 8th mile. That's a quick truck. The Camaro ran 122 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 12.10. Dodge taking on Ford. Challenger with the win, 12.93. Elapsed time with a speed of 111 miles per hour. The pickup truck, the Ford, doing 96.4 with an ET of 14.06. All right, another class change. Sport Compact to the lanes, please. Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Here's that gorgeous 67 Malibu again. What a nice car. I'm imagining it's all bone stock with the driver without a helmet. You don't have to be super fast when you're that cool. What a nice car. The quicker car was the Camaro, running 12.46. And the beautiful Chevy in the Tower Lane ran a 15.39. Spectator side of the racetrack, wind light, 1254, 109 miles per hour, 93 miles per hour at 1459 for the Dodge in the Tower Lane. So we sure are lucky, hanging out at the track, watching the racing. Now Mission residents get in for free. That's pretty cool. And that's thanks to Mr. Lube and Tires, sponsoring Mission residents this year. The 64 GTO goes 1370. The Infiniti goes 13.98. GTO quicker and faster at 102 miles an hour, getting the wind light. Well, this is a close one at the top end. 1349 for the win at 111 miles per hour for the Mustang. Well, Tower Lane running away with this one. 114 miles an hour with an 1164. Sport Compact, you have been called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. So for all of us here at the racetrack tonight, we're all doing pretty good, but let's not forget that some people in our community are having a little bit of a struggle right now. So please don't ever forget when you're buying your groceries every week to round up at the till for the food bank. Let's help our neighbors out whenever we can. Well, Shannon on the start line trying to give the new driver a couple of pointers and back him up to the beams. The beams are right where that big box is in the middle of the track beside Shannon. And they pull ahead till they light up the two bulbs at the top of the Christmas tree, which indicates fully staged. You saw earlier the Kvass team riding deep on the side of the K car and lighting up only the second bulb as they get in deeper, trying to get a quicker reaction time. $12.56 for the Jeep. 115 miles per hour. Make sure you tell Brooke that there is a 100 mile per hour sticker waiting in the tower. Well, attention in the pits for spectators. There was a set of keys that was just turned in the tower. And it's on a retractable lanyard. It's got like a spring on it. It's got a little string on it. It's got two house keys and a little black tab that looks almost like a fob, but it's not. So check your pockets. If you've lost your keys, we have a set turned in the tower. Jeep getting there first, 1191. That's a quick Jeep. 117 miles an hour. Sorry, a BMW. Thought it was a Jeep. And the Honda went 104 miles per hour at 13.38. All right, class call for Junior Street. Junior Street, the class to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. $13.90 for the Infinity, the Rain City Motorsports. Infinity going 112 miles an hour and getting the win. $10.79. Wind light, 131 miles per hour for the BMW. Nissan ran 99.27 with an ET of 17.14. Well, that Mercedes has a nice note to it. And BMW getting there first, 11.90, 117 miles an hour. And 12.29, the ET for the Mercedes, doing 117 miles an hour. Junior Street, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for the other classes. Finish line, win light, 1235 ET, 115 mile per hour for the BMW.
Awesome. I'll just shoot him a text.
Top end safety crew stepping out, checking things out, giving us the all clear.
Yes, you get your hands on.
Just a little spot for cleanup on the start line. Back to Sport Compact. Shout out to the safety crew tonight. Good work. Well, if you're heading off already, thanks for coming out tonight. It was great to see you. If you live in Mission, it's free to get in. You should never miss a Friday night. Even if you just come down for dessert, grab some mini donuts, walk around, check out the cars, and make your way home. No harm, no foul. One of the benefits of living in this beautiful little town of Mission. All right, back to racing. Tim on the spectator side of the racetrack was 8/100ths quicker in reaction time. Ran a quicker ET as well for the win light with a 1376, 102 miles per hour. If you're pitted with Tim, let him know he's qualified for the 100-mile-per-hour sticker available in the tower. Come see us on the second floor. Alexis ran a 98-mile-an-hour pass at 1482 or 28. Up on the track right now, a BMW and a Chevy. Chevy goes 1589 for the win, 85 miles per hour. Reaction time, whole shot win. A 23 Elantra. How fast is a 2023 Elantra? Well, we're going to find out here at Mission Raceway. 108 miles per hour. That's pretty quick. Takes a lot of power to go 100 miles per hour. 1376 was the ET. And the Lexus ran just shy of 100 miles an hour with an ET of 14.10. Now, this will Audi from previous is fast, this TTRS. "60-foot, 1.7, eighth mile, 102 miles an hour at 7.18. The finish line was at 1094 at 131 miles an hour. That's a cool car. Little Honda ran 89 miles an hour at 16.62. Once again, if you didn't hear me a few minutes ago, there's been a set of keys turned in the tower. Check your pockets, you have your keys. This one has 2 house keys, and one of the house keys has green tape on it, and it's on a retractable lanyard. Clips on your belt and has a string on it, pulls in and out like a yo-yo. Check your pocket. Make sure you don't leave here without your keys tonight. Be tough when you get home. "1987 Honda Prelude, Tower Lane. Last weekend on Friday night, me and the kid went to a car show out in Abbotsford. Lots of these imports there. Really cool show. Saw my friend Lynn and Josh there with a booth. That was pretty cool. But of course, Mission Raceway car show here at the River Valley Ford drag strip. It's the best car show you get. We actually run the cars. Every other car show I get to,
I forget, you guys hate the way.
oh, that's never good. No. Well, hopefully nothing too serious. Get it, change the fuse, and drive it home after. That's what we're hoping for. Well, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. We got to do this again on May 8th, May 22nd, June 5th, June 19th, July 3rd, July 17th, July 24th, August 7th, August 14th, August 28th, September 4th, September 11th, and the final Friday night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply will be on October 8th. 14 rounds of the Mopac Performance Friday Night Street Legals this year, and I hope you make every single one of them. I will, if everything goes right. And here we go, the Kvass Racing Team. Douglas behind the wheel of the 87 Chrysler wagon. Staging the thing deep, the only guy tonight to be consistently red on the tree. 0.05 red this time. 0.00 red last time. Ran a 12:52 at 56 miles per hour. Continuing with Junior Street. This is the class where kids as young as 13 years old, all the way up to 17 years old, can race a car down the racetrack to the 8th mile with their parent or guardian by their side. They have to qualify for the NHRA Junior Street license with the race director, and then they qualify to go racing on a weekend, bracket racing in Junior Street. These guys are racing, these folks are racing to the 8th mile. Quickest ET allowed would be a 9-second pass. We see a 9.92 and a run of 10.66 for the win. And that was courtesy of a negative reaction time of Shelby on the spectator side of the track. A lot of Junior Street here tonight. That's cool. 968 wins over a 982. A very popular class, Junior Street, where parents are realizing to get along with your kid, you should do something they want to do. And I'm pretty sure most of these kids are pretty pleased to have their parents on board with drag racing. 7 new racers last weekend in Junior Street. So come on, kids, make some promises to your parents right now. Picking up those grades. Cut the lawn tomorrow morning when you get up. Don't sleep in till noon. A 977 and a 1081. Final, Junior Street, Tower Lane. Miss Monroe out of Surrey, BC. Well, look at that. 9.03.
Oh, no, I'm okay. You go for it.
89 miles per hour. Now, when you run in a bracket race in the weekend and your class says you're only allowed to run so fast, if your car runs that number, it's a bit of an advantage because anybody else you're racing in your class would probably go slower and they would leave first in a bracket race. And he or her who leaves first can foul first and go red on the start line, handing an immediate win to the person in the faster car waiting to stage. So there is an advantage to being the quick car in your class. But it doesn't mean if your car isn't quick that you can't win. You just got to refine your game. Run your number. Work on your reaction time. So right now, the start line crew and safety up track, checking the surface of the track and making some preparations for the Outlaw class coming up next. Cars running on slicks. And we've got some quick ones here tonight. We've seen passes over 160 miles an hour. So get ready. Folks at the tailgate party, top end, spectator side of the racetrack, Outlaws are in the lanes. Officials are prepping the track. Quick rides coming your way in just a minute. Class call, Outlaw to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2 for Outlaw class. Standby call for motorcycle. I see Paul wrapping up the bike tonight. That was a good night, Paul. Some nice runs, buddy. Very cool. Safe ride home, bud. See you soon. Take care, Paul. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2 for Outlaw. Outlaw to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle standby call. Outlaw class, you've been called to the lanes, lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw class to the lanes, lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for the couple of bikes left. Well, we see a few people leaving tonight already. Well, thanks for coming out. We're glad you made it. You take care, driving home, be safe, and we look forward to seeing you back here real soon. Thanks a lot for coming. All right, zoom, zoom, back to racing. And good racing, outlaw class, up first. Tailgate party, get ready. Another grudge match. Nice race. Who are you going to choose? The Shaker Hood Challenger or the 79 Mustang with a 408 cubic inch small block Ford? Close race, half track. Top end, Mustang, 1118 to an 1162. 120 miles an hour versus 118 from the Dodge. Pickups. Ford Chevy matchup. Well, the River Valley Ford drag strip sees the Ford pickup truck get there first at 1081, 127 miles per hour. 1252 for the Silverado at 113. Here's the grocery getter again. Brian Kropp out of Surrey. Running Outlaw with slicks. Drives home with them in the back of the car, and he'll switch tires before he leaves. Nice thing about having a station wagon, especially one that does 122 miles an hour at 11:05. That's pretty cool. And 11:21 for the win. On the spectator side of the track. Here's that cool matchup again with Tony Brandt, Craig Coca, a 73 Nova and a 66 Chevy 2. Watch for the wheels to come off the ground. Tower lane. A 1.4, 60 foot with the wheels up for the Nova. And the wind light, 1021 at 129 to an 1188 at 111. '19 Mustang with a 302. Brad Thomas shows sponsors Mean Green, Lordco, True North Turbo, JB Auto Care. Out of Squamish, BC. Has a nice note to it. Top bulb. Bumped into the second bulb, fully staged. Here we go. That sounds good. 1.54, 60 foot. 8th mile, 6.03 at 119 miles per hour. Top end was a 978 at 113. Wow. Class call for domestic, please. Domestic to the lanes. Domestic lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class to the lanes. Domestic class, you have been called to the lanes. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you have been called to the lanes. Wow. Wow for the smoke show. Wow for the Corvette doing 10:17 at 129. Spectator side of the racetrack. That was fast. 12:10 on this side of the track from the ZR1. But the 2016 Corvette doing 10:17, 129 was moving. And that big black pickup truck back to the start line doing a big smoke out. Warming up the tires. All right, tailgate party. Here comes the fast forward with the parachute on the back. Tower lane. It looks like the Volkswagen was given a pretty good challenge. Beats them on reaction time. Just starting to lose slightly by the 60 foot though. The pickup truck, 143 miles per hour, 9.81. And the little Volkswagen Bug went 119 miles per hour at 12.11. Cool. All right, Dodge Mustang matchup. Who's going to get there first? Top time. That would be the Charger. Wow. 9.67, 143 miles per hour. A 60 foot of 1.47 seconds, and an eighth mile of 624 at 132. That's a quick Charger. The Mustang ran 115 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 12.28. Here's that beautiful Torino from 1968. 1.53, 60 foot, eighth mile, 106 miles per hour at the end of the bleachers for a 68 Torino. Doing 106 at the eighth mile. The finish line, 132 miles per hour with an elapsed time of 10.27. Wow. Whoa. Wow. Scary. That bike is not wanting to stop. Driver standing up. We're all a little bit shaken by that. I'm glad he's okay. We'll get that sorted out. And that's a really good example of why we race at the track and not on the street. Safety there immediately. support there right away. Driver seems to be okay. Thanks, everybody. We'll get back to racing as quick as we can, thanks to safety. Well, we've had a few people at the racetrack tonight for the very, very first time, and want to thank you for coming out with us, hanging out. Special shout out to Boral and his beautiful wife, hanging out, checking out the tower and saying hello. It was cool to see you guys here tonight. Thanks for coming. We look forward to seeing everybody back a bunch more this year as well. We'll be back to racing real soon. When we get back to racing, tailgate party, we've got 2 motorcycles, and then we're right into the junior street. Or no, domestic class, my bad. So 2 bikes, then domestic class. So back to racing. Big shout out to the safety crew. Running into domestic class right now with a pair of pickup trucks. So the Friday night street legal is just a fun place to hang out, right? Well, how about setting world records on the Friday night street legal? That actually occurred tonight. Yeah, we set a world record here tonight at Mission Raceway Park. That pass was pretty good at 11:46 and 11:86. 121 miles an hour for the Chevy and 115 miles an hour in the Tower Lane. So the record that was set here tonight was that black pickup truck with the parachute. Harley-Davidson Ford pickup truck. Breaking the world record for the fastest street legal Harley-Davidson Ford pickup truck on the planet. Set the new world record tonight at 9.81 seconds. That's pretty crazy. Friday night street legals, not just a fun place to hang out on a Friday night, but you can actually watch world records being shattered. Good job to the driver. And you got to see it here in Mission Raceway. Cool. Now, if you're watching it on Lordco TV, you can actually rewind it and watch it again and again. If you're watching on Lordco TV, make sure you smash the like button as often as you can. 2017 Camaro. Gonna get the wind light on this one. 121 miles an hour at 11.92. Now a pair of Corvettes. Tower Lane, 117 miles an hour, 12.27.
So that was the closest thing I had to ready to race. But I decided, well, if I'm going to bring it out, I should try and get that
Wind light on with a 1283 for the Challenger, doing 111 miles per hour. 06 Dodge. Cam Penner out of Langley, BC. Tommy Waston out of Langley with a 16 F-150. Well, they seem to be pretty even up track. Wind light, Tower Lane, 1470 to a 1480. '71 Chevy. 115 miles an hour with an ET of 1161. With the wind light on the spectator side of the track. Definitely some fast Ford pickup trucks here tonight. Here's another one. 127 miles an hour and an 11:15. Rob Getz out of Kamloops with the 24 Ford pickup truck getting the win light. The Infinity went 100.4 miles per hour. Let Morgan know we can give a 100-mile-per-hour sticker for that pass. Well, a lot more weight in that 75 Malibu. That 68 Acadian, a little lighter. Nice car. A little 327 under the hood. Goes 13.11 for the win at 103 miles per hour. And 14.07 was the posted time for the Malibu. Ooh, seems Dennis has got the start line figured out. That's a 1.6 to 60 foot. The 8th mile was a 99-mile-an-hour run at 687, top end for the pickup. The Tesla running 1093 at 117 miles per hour. 116 miles per hour with 1202 on the spectator side of the track. All right, time for a class change. We're going to call Sport Compact to the lane. Sport Compact, lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. The win on that pass was a Mustang run of 1374 at 105 for speed. Sport Compact to the lanes, Sport Compact to the lanes. $14.09 for the win light, 105 miles an hour. At this time, we'd like to ask all racers, please ride with your headlights. Make sure you have your headlights on going forward. Tyson Lowe out of Langley, 84 Camaro, 106 miles per hour at a 1247. And Tyler out of Chilliwack with the Mustang goes 96 miles an hour at 13.34. Cool cars. 1468 for the win. Sport Compact, you have been called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you have been called to the lanes.
And we can also get any of the junior street left. That's around still.
$14.49 for the win into Tower Lane, 98 miles per hour.
Anybody's still awake?
So, class call change. We're going to get junior streets, lane 5 and 6. Any junior streets still remaining on the property to like to make a run, we'll take you to lanes 5 and 6. Junior street, lanes 5 and 6. The wind light on, spectator side of the racetrack with a 1585 at 88 miles an hour for the little Mazda. Junior street, if you'd like to make another run, we'll take you to lanes 5 and 6. Wow, that thing's moving. 102 at the 8th mile with a 712. Top end of the racetrack for the BMW, 10.92 at 130 miles per hour. Cool. '24 Audi out of Surrey.
Hello.
How's everyone doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Can I leave you guys with some pizza and some birthday cupcakes? Ian, like a lion. Ian
Yeah.
Dalla. It's his birthday tomorrow. His friends are all partying with him tonight.
Oh, cool.
So if you want to announce that.
$13.73, 108 for the Elantra, crossing the finish line.
You want me to grab you plates or something? You want some or are you good?
Currently racing in Sport Compact, followed up by Junior Street in just a couple of minutes. The Rain City Motorsports Infinity got there first with a 1363 on the last pair.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the Prelude going pretty good out there. 1307, 117 miles an hour for the little Prelude. That's pretty good. 98 miles an hour for the Lexus at 14.23. The 8th mile for that Prelude was at 8.83. Wind light, 1226, 112 miles an hour for the Audi. Overtime repair. Dallas Nassi out of Mission, 2000 Honda. Ran a 1618 at 105 miles per hour. Cool. Well, the reaction time definitely goes to the spectator side of the track. But that's it. The run goes to the BMW with 1066 on the reader board, 131 miles per hour. The Lexus and the spectator side of the racetrack was way better on reaction time, but not enough to overcome the bigger power from the BMW in the Tower Lane, which ran at 1085 at 129 miles per hour. '85 Mercedes ran a 1454 102 for Bobby. Back to Junior Street. .05 reaction time for Douglas. Taming down that red light start. Ran 12:42 at 57 miles per hour. Jackson Dew getting there first at 10:65, 64 miles an hour. Junior Street racing to half track, 8th mile. So once again, if you lost your keys, check your pocket. It was found at the start line right up here by the tower. It's got 2 house keys on it, and it's on a lanyard, little string that pulls out. It's all black, the lanyard. So check for your keys. If you've lost them, we have them in the tower. It's Ian's birthday tomorrow. Racing in the Tower Lane. Just brought us up some pizza. Thanks, buddy. Happy birthday. Hope you have a great day tomorrow. James McNeil getting there first. 9:49 at 74 miles per hour. All right, class change. We'll get Outlaw back to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Outlaw back to the lanes. Outlaw to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Standby call for motorcycle. Shelby McNeil ran a 10:02 at 69.5 to 8th mile in that last Junior Street pass. Outlaw to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Outlaw to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Standby call for motorcycle. Start line team going to do a little prep. Ahead of the quick cars coming up next. Outlaws coming up next. Well, I see a bunch more people leaving. Mission, Raceway, thanks for coming out. Always great to see you. See you on May 8th. Well, we do have good news. The guy on the bike that tumbled at the start line a short while ago came up and said hi, told us he'd say okay, little road rash on his leg a bit, and he reports that all he did damage to the bike is he curled his clutch lever and put a little scrape on one of the taillights, but did not damage his paint job. All in all, pretty good outcome. So good news. Well, spectators, turns out somebody lost their keys. They came up in the tower, and it wasn't the keys that we have found. So there are another set of keys missing out there, so keep your eyes open. If you spot anything on the ground, you can always bring it up to the second floor of the timing tower. We do have a set of keys that has a lanyard on it, little black lanyard. It has only 2 house keys on it, and one of the house keys has green tape. So if you lost your keys, it was right near the start line here they were found, so let us know. Well, thanks for your patience. We got the track all ready to go. Up now, Outlaw class in this very, very quick 1973 VW Beetle with a K20 turbo. Wow. What a cool race. The Charger went 994 for the win at 143 miles per hour. The Volkswagen Beetle from 1973 went 127 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 11:04. Wow. Okay, pair of pickups. River Valley Ford race drag strip never lets you down. Pair of pickup trucks running 1082, 1102. Fast Ford pickups, 128 miles an hour and 127 miles an hour. I think it's time to buy a Ford. Maybe. '13 Mustang taking on a Silverado. Simran Brar out of Abbotsford, 13 Mustang ran 12:28 for the win light, 116 miles per hour. Silverado, 101 miles an hour with an ET of 13.58. So class change, we're going to take motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. Another class change. We're going to also take domestic class to lanes 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Domestic to lanes 1 through 4. And motorcycle, if there's any remaining, we'll take you to lanes 5 and 6. Well, I see one more Outlaw coming around the corner. And that's that Ford pickup truck that set a new world record tonight as the fastest Harley-Davidson pickup truck on the planet. So if you're at the tailgate party, stay tuned. Get to the fence as we run that record-setting Ford Harley-Davidson pickup truck one more time. New world record being set here tonight at the Friday Night Street Legals. The air getting colder. As we drop in altitude with the chance of breaking that record one more time. Attention in the pits, Karina Song. Karina Song, please come up to the second floor of the timing tower. We have something for you you're looking for. Karina Song, second floor of the timing tower. We have something that was found that you're going to want back. All right, a straggler Outlaw. World record setting. Harley-Davidson Ford pickup truck. Came up, told us a story. He's been working on this truck for a few years to get it this fast. Pretty exciting night for the racer, getting a world record with the truck. Here we go, one more hit for Mike Ans from Mission, BC, in his 02 Ford pickup truck. Sponsored by Crown Door Corp. .985, slowing down 4 thousandths of a second. But already has the record set with a 981. 142 miles an hour across the finish line. The 8th mile was a 6:39 at 112 miles per hour at the end of the bleachers at the 8th mile. Cool. Thanks, Mike. You paid $10 to get in tonight. Mike spent a lot more money than that, and he's providing us with the entertainment. That's pretty cool. $11:30 for elapsed time, 122 miles an hour. The 8th mile was a 7.30 at 97 miles per hour. Reaction time was, well, nothing to talk about. 60-foot was a 1.7. We talk about the 60-foot time. And it's important to the racers because if they have a bad time to the 60-foot, the whole run is basically a throwaway. Now, when we come to the big events with top alcohol dragsters, you will see the 60-foot below 1 second. Sean Cowie recently at the track, I witnessed a .911 60-foot. Those things are quick. Lots of big races coming your way this year with the Northwest National Open, Door Wars, West Coast Diesel Day as well, and the Loafers Langley Langley Loafers Old Time Drags coming in July 31st. And yes, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. We have jet cars coming back at the end of the summer. Make sure not to miss that special event. Owen Carr gets the win light, 13-14, 103. You see the red lights flashing on the Christmas tree? That's because we have safety at the top end of the track doing a quick check. Safety is paramount. Okay, we're clear. Good to go. Ford pickup truck, 97 Camaro. Both racers' last name Thiessen, Aiden and Dylan. Camaro out front. Better reaction time. 60-foot went to the pickup truck, but that was it. Everything else goes to the Camaro, including the win light with a 1455 at 97.07 miles per hour. Class change time, Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact, lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact, you have been called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact to the lanes, please and thank you. Dodge first with a 1324 and a booming 119 miles per hour. 102 miles an hour with a 1439 posted on the reader board for James Ferris in the Mustang on the spectator side of the track. Ford Mustang taking on a Dodge with a 5.7 liter Hemi. And it's all Ford. And once again, Ford at the top end. River Valley Ford drag strip. Ford Mustang going 1383 at 103.
It's literally the same caddy.
Caddy Daddy, 03 Cadillac out of Abbotsford, BC, Travis Fries. Class call, we're gonna put Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Any Junior Street left on the premises that would like to go drag racing for one more run, make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Karina Song, do not leave the track tonight without stopping at the second floor of the tower. You will definitely regret it if you don't. We have something that was found out there, and we would like to give it back to you. So Karina Song, please make your way to the second floor of the timing tower. Junior Street, if you'd like to make another round, make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Being a fan of the Corvette, I'm a big fan of this round. Pair of them. Timothy Wong out of Richmond, BC with his 2015 Corvette, Tower Lane. And Richard Trimble out of Vancouver, BC with an 07 Corvette. Over there on the spectator side of the racetrack, So what do you think, folks? Top time. Who's going to get there first, the black vet or the white one? $11.68, 126 miles per hour gets it done for Timothy Wong, Tower Lane. Richard Trimble ran a 12:20 at 112 miles per hour. Well, we see a bunch more people leaving. We want to say thank you for coming. We hope we see you a lot more this year. Good times on a Friday night. Always had here at Mission Raceway Park for the Friday Night Street Legals. Brought to you by Mopac. Honda Prelude 1335, 115 miles per hour. That's a quick Prelude. The Lexus went 99.05 miles per hour with an elapsed time of 14.23. This Elantra surprised me on the last run. It was pretty quick. 1383, 107 miles per hour. The Audi, a little quicker, doing 1262 at 111.03. Dallas Nassie, the 2000 Honda, shows the sponsors as Overtime Repair and Snorricam BC Drag It. Well, it looks hard to say, but a big shout out to Overtime Repair, Lynn and Josh. Nice seeing your name on the sponsorship here. Dallas Nassie running good, goes 14:16, 97 miles per hour. Sabrina ran 68 miles an hour with an ET of 21 seconds. Spectator side of the racetrack getting there first with a 15:98. Over an 18-second pass. A pair of BMWs, one from 2009, Tower Lane, 2017, on the spectator side of the track. And a big shout out to both drivers. Thanks for racing at Mission Raceway. That's cool. 1242 at 115 for the win. 132 miles per hour at 1070 for Mr. Mann. Unfortunately, a 4-second reaction time allowed the 2009 BMW to get there first. So I'm going to picture the two-door. It's going to get there quicker. A lot less weight, but wow, that BMW is quick. And the SUV gets there first. Wow. 117 miles an hour with an 1197. That's impressive. All right, last pair of junior streets. The little Blazer. JBS Equipment and Grandpa, the sponsors. Jackson Dew. And Jenna Monroe. Jackson 06 reaction time. Cool. And the finish line goes to Mr. Dew. 1066 for the win. So, what we're going to do right now is we've got a pretty low car count. People have started to leave, so we're going to open the lanes to all classes. So open staging. All classes, come and make as many runs as you would like while we stay open. We're going to stay open for a little bit longer. But for now, we have open class staging. All classes are welcome to come back and make as many runs as you can. But I'm going to remind everybody, please, the return road is still only 10 kilometers an hour. Do not be racing back on the return road. If safety spots you racing back, you're going to end your night right there and then. So please, really slow on the return road. Make your way to the staging lanes and make as many passes as you like. So open class staging right now. Grudge match somebody from the other class if you like. Open class staging. Make your way to the lanes. If you haven't had enough value already with the multiple passes, how many runs we have tonight? Any idea how many runs we got in tonight?
Computer says we had 270 runs.
270 passes. How many rotations?
We had 7 rotations.
7 rotations. $50 to go racing. 7 rotations, and we've just opened the lanes for open class staging. So you can make another 4 or 5 passes. Definitely getting your money's worth. 10 kilometers an hour everywhere, please. Slow down. People walking around in the pits. Take it cool. Have fun. Well, we just heard some good news from the racing world out there. Justin Bond is #1 qualifier. It'll be an exciting weekend for the Bond team. Congratulations, Justin. Nothing but good news on a Friday night. Well, still some fast cars here making rounds. Once again, open class stage, and make as many rounds as you would like to, but keep your speed low in the pits and on the return road. Gorgeous Mustang, 1173 at 125 miles an hour. Sure sounding good too. I love this place. Huge pickup truck, lots of weight, 123 miles per hour with an 1115. Wow. folks, we're starting to bring the night to a close. So if you're in the lanes right now, you're good to finish this run. But if you're not in the lanes right now, we're going to close the lanes. So that's it. That's all. If you're in the lanes, you're good to go. You're right there. You can make it. One more. You got it. Sure. That's it. Last guy. At the back of the staging lanes with the fog lights running, you're good to go, buddy. The rest of you guys, that's it for tonight. We're going to finish off with that red Mustang at the back of the lineup. Thanks, everybody. That was so much fun. What a great first night. Fantastic. Thanks to all the staff here tonight. You guys did a wonderful job, as always. And for all the racers that are here tonight, thank you so much. Big pat on the back, high five, big salute. You're a rock star for racing at Mission Raceway and not on the street. Big shout out to all of the race fans that are still here at the end of the night. You guys are real troopers. And we're going to see you back real soon at the next Friday Night Street Legal. So we're going to wrap up with the cars in the lanes. What a great night.
Pretty great for
All right, folks, last two pair. Right beside Shannon McDonald, our starter. Oh, we got one straggler. Two more. Two stragglers. All right. Four more cars. All right, two more snuck in. That's all right. Now we got the last pair in the water box. Moving forward towards Shannon. For our final winner and our final loser of the night. And the big winner tonight, you and I. What a great night.
Crayon eaters, is that what you said?
Is the mic okay?
Well, how befitting. The final win of the night at the River Valley Ford Racetrack happens to be a Ford Mustang. That's it for tonight, everybody. Thanks for coming. This is Rockin' the Tower saying we'll call you later. Take care.